Welcome to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Tonight, we'll wander through quiet stone corridors, enchanted classrooms, and the peaceful grounds that wrap around the castle like a warm cloak. This is a story made to help you unwind, let your thoughts soften, and drift into a calm, steady sleep. When the tale ends, you'll hear the gentle crackle of a common room fire. No adverts, no sudden interruptions, only the continuous soothing sound of flames, carrying you onward into your dreams. So take a slow breath in and out. Let your shoulders loosen. Let your jaw unclench. Let your mind settle. And when you're ready, we'll begin. Rain fell in a patient silvery rhythm against the tall windows of Hogwarts, tapping lightly on ancient glass and sliding down in thin trails that caught the torchlight. The sound drifted through the corridors like a lullaby the castle had known for centuries. Soft, steady, comforting. Most students had already retreated to their common rooms, drawn by fireplaces and familiar chairs, and the simple relief of being indoors while the weather turned wild outside. Dinner had ended long ago. The great hall was quiet now, its enchanted ceiling hidden behind thick cloud, the long tables cleared and polished until they gleamed. Even the library had fallen still, Madame Pince having swept out the last of the determined Ravenclaws, with sharp looks and sharper whispers. In Gryffindor Tower, the common room glowed with warm, amber light. The fire snapped and murmured in its hearth, throwing shifting shadows across scarlet rugs and worn sofas that had held generations of loud, laughing students. The windows rattled faintly whenever the wind strengthened, but inside, the air was cozy and safe. Hermione Granger sat curled into an armchair near the fire, a thick book open across her lap. Her hair, still impossible to tame completely, had been pulled back into a loose ponytail, and her eyes moved steadily across the page, absorbing every line as if she could store the knowledge neatly away for later. A piece of parchment balanced on the arm of her chair, and every so often she paused to scribble a note with quick, precise movements. On the rug nearby, Harry Potter and Ron Weasley were deep in a game of wizard's chess. Ron looked far too pleased with himself, his freckled face pinched into dramatic concentration even though he didn't truly need it. He was, as usual, winning. "Knight to e5, Ron said, with a smug little grin. The Stone Knight scraped across the board, drew a miniature sword, and smashed Harry's bishop into pieces with an enthusiastic flourish. A few fragments bounced and rolled, coming to rest near Harry's knee. Harry sighed and pushed a hand through his already messy hair, making it worse in a way only Harry could manage. "I don't know why I even bother," he muttered. "Because you're an eternal optimist," Ron said, leaning back on his elbows. "Your move." Harry stared at the board. It was one of those positions where every option looked like a slow, embarrassing defeat. He could practically hear the pieces plotting against him. Outside, lightning flashed, bright enough to turn the common room's windows into sheets of white for a heartbeat. Thunder followed, low and heavy, rolling through the castle like something enormous shifting in its sleep. Hermione looked up, blinking as if she'd been pulled out of another world. "It's getting worse," she said quietly. "Perfect night to be inside," Ron agreed, clearly enjoying the fact that nothing in the weather could interrupt his victory. Harry moved his queen with very little hope. "Queen to d3, he said. Ron's grin widened, like he'd been waiting for it. "Rook to d3. The rook clacked forward and knocked Harry's queen clean off the board. The queen toppled dramatically, landing on its side as if fainting from shock. Ron folded his arms in satisfaction. Checkmate in 3. Harry leaned back and threw his hands up. "I surrender," he said. "Now, save us both the time." Hermione closed her book with a soft thump, as if deciding she was done fighting the world tonight. I can't concentrate with all this rain, anyway, she admitted, glancing toward the windows. It's making me sleepy. Harry seized the change of topic like it was a life raft. What were you reading? He asked. Hermione lifted the massive book so they could see the title. Hogwarts, a History, Extended Edition. She said, Professor Binns mentioned it. Apparently it has sections that weren't included in the standard version. Ron sat up a bit straighter at the words Extended Edition, as if that alone meant secret treasure. Secret rooms? He asked, eyes brightening. Like the Chamber of Secrets. Hermione gave him a look that was both fond and unimpressed. No, she said. Nothing so dramatic. More like forgotten study spaces, hidden libraries, reading nooks. Apparently Hogwarts used to have dozens of little hideaways for students who wanted somewhere quiet. Harry's mouth twitched into a smile. And you want to find one. It would be nice, Hermione admitted, and for a moment she looked younger, less like the student who carried the weight of every assignment on her shoulders. Sometimes I want to read without Madam Pince breathing down my neck, and without someone arguing about Quidditch next to my ear. Ron snorted. So, star not the Gryffindor common room, then. As if on cue, the portrait hole swung open, and a group of first years tumbled in, laughing loudly and dripping rainwater onto the carpet. They were breathless with excitement, shouting over each other as they described the terrible fate of being caught in a downpour. That, in truth, was far more gentle than they made it sound. Ron groaned. So much for a quiet evening. We could go to the library, Hermione offered, but her tone made it clear she knew exactly how that suggestion would land. It's nearly curfew, Harry said, glancing toward the clock. We'd get there and have to turn around. More Gryffindors drifted in from stairwells and corridors, warming their hands by the fire, talking about homework, laughing too loudly, testing suspicious-looking sweets from Weasley's Wizard Wheezes. The noise grew, blooming outward, until the room felt busy in a way that made it hard to breathe. Harry, Ron, and Hermione exchanged a look. The kind you only have with people who've shared too much danger together. People who can read your thoughts in a glance. Harry leaned in slightly, keeping his voice low. What about exploring, he suggested. Just a little. Looking for one of those reading nooks you mentioned. Ron's eyebrows shot up. Now? He whispered back. In this weather? We wouldn't have to go outside, Hermione said quickly, warming to the idea despite herself. Her eyes flicked back down to the page she'd marked earlier. The book says most of them were hidden within the castle walls. Sir, Ron looked doubtful. We've been here for years. Surely we'd have found them by now if they still existed. Not necessarily, Hermione replied, tapping the book. Some were concealed with charms meant to reveal the entrances only to someone who was specifically looking. Harry's smile widened, and now we are, he said. Hermione reopened the book, flipping through until she found what she wanted. Here, there's mention of a reading nook created by Headmistress Eupraxia Mole in the 1870s. Ron leaned in. Where is it? Hermione squinted. Hidden behind a tapestry of... Both boys spoke at once. What? Hermione sighed. Dancing trolls. Harry and Ron immediately slumped. That's the room of requirement, Harry said. Hermione huffed. Yes, I know that. One. She flipped on, refusing to give up. Wait, she said, and her voice lifted with renewed interest. There's another. a reading room concealed behind a tapestry of Morgana's garden at twilight, somewhere on the 5th floor, eastern corridor. Harry straightened. Have we seen that tapestry? Ron frowned, trying to picture every corridor he'd ever rushed through. I don't think so. The 5th floor isn't far, Harry said. We could go look. Hermione closed the book again, tucking it into her bag. All right, she said, but there was a spark in her eyes now. Curiosity always did that to her. It cut through tiredness like a sharp candle flame. Ron hesitated only a moment, then nodded, as if resigning himself to whatever ridiculous situation they would end up in next. They slipped toward the portrait hole as quietly as they could. The fat lady blinked blearily as they climbed out. Students always coming and going at all hours, she muttered, but her voice held more sleep than anger. The corridor beyond was dim, torches lowered for the night, their flames small and steady. The rain's soft tapping followed them as they walked, echoing off stone in a way that felt strangely private, as if Hogwarts itself were whispering. Hermione raised her wand. Lumos, she murmured. A pearly light bloomed at the tip, gentle rather than glaring. Harry and Ron followed suit, their wand light casting long shadows along the floor and walls. As they climbed, the castle grew quieter. The further they moved from Gryffindor Tower, the more it felt like they were stepping into a different version of Hogwarts, one that belonged not to daytime classes and crowded halls, but to secrets and sleeping portraits and ancient stones holding their breath. It's peaceful, Harry said softly, as they passed a window streaked with rain. Hogwarts at night, Ron replied with a small grin, when we're not running for our lives. Hermione made a sound that might have been a laugh. They reached the 5th floor and turned into the eastern wing, an area less traveled than most. Old suits of armor stood along the walls, their metal faces blank and watchful. A few portraits dozed, heads tilted, mouths open slightly, as if mid-snore. Keep an eye out, Hermione whispered. They passed a tapestry of a centaur gazing up at the stars, another showing a medieval wizard holding a glittering jewel, and a third illustrating the founding of Hogwarts. 4 figures standing proud before a castle that looked both familiar and more wild than the one Harry knew. Then Harry stopped so suddenly Ron nearly walked into him. Wait, Harry whispered. He pointed. They had almost passed the tapestry without seeing it properly. It was faded with age, but still beautiful in a quiet way. It showed a garden at dusk, silver-leafed trees, pale flowers that seemed to glow softly, and in the center, a woman in flowing robes raising her hands toward a crescent moon hanging low in the twilight sky. Hermione inhaled sharply. Morgana's garden at twilight, she breathed. This is it. Ah. Ron looked around, suddenly nervous, as if the castle might leap out and shout at them for noticing something. So, how do we get in? He asked. The book didn't mention a password. Hermione frowned, thinking. No, just that you have to be specifically looking for it. Harry reached out and ran his fingers gently along the tapestry. The threads were cool beneath his skin, woven tight, real as anything. Nothing happened. Maybe it's like the Room of Requirement, Harry suggested. Maybe we have to walk past it while thinking about what we want. However, Ron shrugged. Worth a try. They walked past once, twice, 3 times. Hermione focused on the idea of a quiet place to read, away from noise and interruptions. Harry imagined warm firelight and a chair that didn't smell faintly of someone else's socks. Ron pictured, probably, snacks. Nothing changed. This is silly, Ron whispered after a while. Maybe it doesn't exist anymore. Or maybe the book's wrong. Ooh. Hermione looked genuinely disappointed, which made Harry feel stubborn. Hogwarts was full of surprises. It felt wrong to give up so quickly. He stepped closer again, studying the scene. Morgana's woven face looked serene, her gaze angled slightly downward, almost as if she knew he was there. And then he noticed it. The moon. Everything in the tapestry was softened by age. Colors faded into gentle pastels. But the crescent moon, stitched with silvery thread, caught the torchlight in a way that looked brighter, like it still remembered how to shine. Without really thinking, Harry reached up and touched the moon. For a heartbeat, nothing happened. Then the moon began to glow. Not harshly, not blindingly, just a soft, silvery radiance that spread outward like ink in water. It flowed down into Morgana's hands, poured into the garden, lit up the flowers, one by one. The trees shimmered. The air in the tapestry seemed to brighten, as if twilight itself had taken a deeper breath. And then, silently, smoothly, the tapestry parted down the middle, like curtains drawn aside, revealing a doorway where there had been solid stone only moments before. Ron made a sound somewhere between a laugh and a gasp. Hermione's eyes were wide. "Harry?" she whispered, as if afraid her voice might break the spell. "That was—" "I got lucky," Harry said, but he couldn't stop his smile. Ron pointed at the doorway. "Are we going in?" Harry hesitated. The thrill of discovery briefly replaced by caution. "We should check it's safe." Hermione nodded immediately, raising her wand with practiced confidence. "Hevilio," she whispered. Nothing happened. No indication of anyone inside. "Seems empty," Hermione said, lowering her wand. "Still, be careful." Harry stepped through first, Ron and Hermione close behind. As soon as all three were inside, the doorway closed softly behind them, the tapestry falling back into place with a gentle hush. For a moment they stood in darkness. Then, one by one, candles lit themselves. They floated up into the air and drifted into position around the room, bathing everything in warm golden light. Harry's breath caught. The room was circular, like a secret pocket carved out of the castle. The ceiling was domed and painted to resemble a twilight sky, deep blue, scattered with stars that twinkled faintly as if they were alive. Bookshelves lined the walls from floor to ceiling, filled with volumes bound in leather of every shade imaginable: midnight blue, forest green, wine red, pale cream, cracked black. In the center was a sunken seating area with armchairs and sofas arranged around a small circular fireplace. Cushions and folded blankets lay scattered invitingly, as if someone had just left and might return any moment. A thick patterned rug softened the stone floor beneath their feet. Ron turned slowly in a full circle, looking like he'd forgotten how to speak. "It's brilliant," he finally managed. Hermione moved toward the shelves immediately, fingers hovering reverently near spines, as if afraid to disturb the air. "It's beautiful," she said softly, her voice full of wonder. The fireplace flared to life as Harry approached, flames crackling merrily as though pleased to see them. Warmth rolled through the room, pushing away the chill that lingered from the corridors. Harry sank into one of the armchairs, and it molded itself to him, perfectly comfortable. It felt like sitting down into safety. Ron flopped onto a sofa with a contented sigh. "This is better than the common room," he declared. Hermione gave him a faint smile without looking away from the shelves. Some of these titles... I've never even heard of them. Ron raised his eyebrows. "Is that possible?" Hermione reached for a slim book bound in midnight blue leather and slid it free. The cover caught the candlelight. "Celestial Whispers," she read. A compendium of star magic. I'm fairly sure there isn't even a copy of this in the restricted section. Harry glanced around, noticing more details. In one corner stood a writing desk with quills, ink, and fresh parchment neatly arranged as if waiting. There was also a tall, narrow window, though Harry was almost certain this room couldn't be on an outer wall. Through the glass, he could see rain falling against a view that looked oddly familiar. The grounds, the dark shape of the forest, the lake beyond, exactly the angle you'd see from Gryffindor Tower. "It's enchanted," Harry said aloud. "The window." Hermione looked over, following his gaze. "That makes sense," she said. Headmistress Mole probably wanted students to feel at home. Ron had discovered a small cabinet beside the sofa and was peering inside it with the seriousness of someone searching for treasure. "Food," he announced, delighted. "And it's fresh." Inside was a teapot releasing gentle steam, 3 mugs, and a plate of biscuits. There was fruit, too, apples and small golden pears, arranged neatly. "The room must prepare itself," Hermione said, joining them by the fire. "Like the room of requirement, but more specific." "I'm not complaining," Ron said, already taking a biscuit. "These are good." Harry tried one. It was still warm, as if baked minutes ago, spiced perfectly. "Cinnamon?" he said, surprised. "My favorite." "Mine too," Ron said through a mouthful, reaching for another. Hermione poured tea, the rich scent filling the room. The 3 of them settled in, Harry by the fire, Ron stretched comfortably on the sofa, Hermione curled into an armchair with her book. Outside the enchanted window, rain softened into a quieter patter, and the flames crackled with steady, comforting sound. For a while they simply existed there, letting the room do what it was clearly built to do: calm them. No crowds, no whispers, no staring eyes, no pressure. Harry didn't realize how tense he'd been until he felt it leaving him, slowly, like warmth seeping into cold hands. Ron, surprisingly, had found a Quidditch book and was reading it with genuine interest, lips moving slightly as he followed a paragraph. Hermione's eyes glowed with quiet happiness as she turned pages of a rare text. And Harry watched the fire, listening to the small sounds that made the moment real: the turning of pages, the clink of a mug on a table, the soft murmur of the flames. Time drifted. Harry couldn't have said how long they sat like that, when he noticed a sound that didn't belong. At first it was barely there, a faint whispering, like someone speaking from far away. He thought it might be the rain, or the fire, or maybe just his tired mind. Then Hermione lifted her head. "Do you hear that?" she asked softly. Harry nodded. "It's coming from the shelves." Ron closed his book and listened, a little wary. "Creepy," he decided after a moment. "But it's Hogwarts. Do not forget my teaching, but keep my commands in your heart. For they will prolong your life many years and bring you peace and prosperity." "So that tracks." The whispering grew a little clearer as Harry stood and walked toward the shelves. It wasn't many voices. It felt like one. As he moved closer, the sound sharpened, almost like a sentence trying to form. It seemed to be coming from a section halfway up the curved wall. Harry reached for a book bound in faded red leather. It was unmarked except for a simple gold design: a quill crossed with a wand. The moment his fingers touched the spine, the whispering stopped. He hesitated, then pulled it free carefully. The book was heavy, solid, as if it had been waiting. He carried it back to the armchair and opened it on his lap. The pages were blank. Hermione leaned over his shoulder, frowning. "That's odd." Ron shifted closer. "Why keep an empty book on the shelf?" As if answering, ink began to appear on the first page. smooth, dark letters forming as though written by an invisible hand. Greetings, young seekers of knowledge. You have found my private sanctuary. I am Eupraxia Mole, once headmistress of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. The three of them stared. Ron's eyes were huge. It's writing to us. More words flowed across the page. Do not be alarmed. This book is an imprint of my memories, left for curious minds who might discover this room. If you are reading these words, you are precisely the kind of students I hoped would find it, those who seek quiet learning, and perhaps a touch of mystery. I created this reading room in the year 1876, during my tenure. Hogwarts has always been filled with wonder, yet I wished for a truly peaceful space, one that could offer comfort, inspiration, and, when needed, gentle guidance. Within these walls, you will find rare books, forgotten spells, and stories of Hogwarts itself. Would you care to hear one such story? The hour grows late, and perhaps a tale of old Hogwarts would be a pleasant way to pass the time while the rain falls outside. Harry looked up at his friends. Hermione's expression was cautious, but her eyes sparkled with interest. It doesn't seem dangerous, she said quietly.
It's just offering a story.
Ron let out a small, sleepy laugh. A magical bedtime story, he said. Why not? Harry felt the warmth of the room, the quiet safety of it, the steady crackle of the fire. He glanced down at the page again. Yeah, Harry said softly, feeling only slightly foolish. We'd like to hear a story. New words appeared. Excellent. Make yourselves comfortable. The best stories should be shared in the company of friends, with warm drinks at hand and a fire crackling nearby. Hermione topped up their tea, Ron nudged a log into the fire, and Harry settled deeper into the armchair, the book open across his lap. Then, the first line of the story formed. Slowly, as if the book itself spoke in a calm, patient voice. This is the story of the Midnight Library, and the secret it kept for over 3 centuries. And as the rain continued to whisper at the window, and the candles floated gently overhead, the book began to tell them about a winter so bitter the lake froze solid, and a sleepless student wandering the castle after midnight. The words settled on the page, as if they had always belonged there, dark ink resting on pale paper with quiet certainty. Asterisk, this is the story of the Midnight Library, and the secret it kept for over 3 centuries. Asterisk, Harry felt the room grow even calmer, as though the candles had drifted closer, and the fire had decided to burn more softly. The rain beyond the enchanted window became a gentle background hush, like fingers brushing silk. Ron shifted in his seat with a pleased, sleepy hum, and Hermione tucked her feet beneath her, mug warm in her hands. The book continued. In the early days of Hogwarts, when the 4 founders still walked the halls, and the castle was younger, wilder, there came a winter so severe the great lake froze solid from shore to shore. Snow drifted up against the walls in deep banks, and the wind found every crack and crevice, howling through the stone as if it had a grudge. The corridors were colder then. The torches burned, yes, but the flames could not always chase away the bite of frost. Students huddled in common rooms and wrapped themselves in blankets and shared stories in low voices, trying to forget how the cold pressed against the windows, like a living thing. During that winter, there was a student named Elena Ravenlight. She was quiet, thoughtful, and astonishingly gifted at charms. Professors spoke of her with the careful tone reserved for rare talent, the kind that could become brilliance if guided gently. Her classmates liked her, but she did not seek attention. She found comfort in books, in simple routines, in the steady logic of spells done properly. But Elena had a problem. she could not solve with any charm she knew. She suffered from nightmares, not the ordinary kind that fade when you wake, not the kind you laugh about over breakfast. These were dreams that clenched around her like a fist, leaving her gasping in the dark, heart hammering, skin damp with fear. Some nights she woke with a cry trapped in her throat. Some nights she woke so suddenly she could not remember what frightened her, only that her body still believed it was in danger. After the third night in a row of waking her dormitory, Elena began to do something she never would have done in the daytime. She began to leave. She would rise quietly from her bed, pull on her thickest cloak, and slip out into the corridor while the castle slept. She did not do it for mischief or adventure. She did it because she was desperate for calm, for quiet, for anything that might soothe her mind back into rest. At first she walked aimlessly, following corridors as they came, letting the steady rhythm of her footsteps and the familiar smell of stone and torch smoke ground her. Portraits muttered occasionally in their frames, but most slept. The suits of armor stood like silent guardians. The castle at night felt enormous, as if it had stretched itself wider, making space for wandering thoughts. Then, one night, sometime after midnight, when even the wind outside seemed to have grown tired, Elena found herself on the fourth floor in a corridor seldom used even in daylight. And there, set into the stone between two tapestries, was a door she had never seen before. It was made of dark wood, polished until it shone softly, and its handle was shaped like an open book. Elena stopped. She stared at the door for a long moment, listening for any sign of danger. There was nothing, only silence, and the distant whisper of wind beyond the walls. Curiosity tugged at her, gentle but insistent. She stepped forward, placed her hand on the book-shaped handle, and turned it. The door opened without a sound. Inside was a library unlike any she had ever seen at Hogwarts. It was not large. It was small and circular, like a secret chamber created for one person at a time. Shelves climbed from floor to ceiling, curving around the room, filled with books of every size and color. There were chairs, too, comfortable ones, the kind you sank into and forgot the shape of your own bones. But the truly remarkable thing was the light. Every book on every shelf glowed with a soft blue-white radiance, as though the words inside were made of moonlight. The combined glow filled the room, gentle and steady, bright enough to see by but never harsh. It made shadows soft and kind. And then Eleanor noticed something else. The books were whispering, not like dark objects whisper, sharp and hungry. This whispering was soothing, like water moving over smooth stones, like leaves stirring in a warm summer breeze, like the faint murmur of distant conversation you can't quite make out. But somehow it makes you feel less alone. Elena stood very still. The whispers formed no clear words, and yet she understood them. Not in sentences, not in facts, in feeling, in meaning. It was as if the air itself carried stories, gentle, drifting stories that wrapped around her mind and loosened the tight grip of fear. She stepped farther into the room. The door closed behind her, not with a click but with a sigh, like a blanket settling. The chairs waited, as if they had been expecting her all along. Elena sat down, and for the first time in months, her shoulders dropped. She listened. That night she slept in the library chair, head tipped back, cloak pulled around her, the whispers threading through her dreams like soft music. When she woke later, maybe an hour later, maybe 3, she felt lighter, as if the nightmares had been pushed to the edge of the world and told to wait outside. She returned to her dormitory quietly, slid into bed, and slept until morning. The next night she went back, and the next. Night after night Elena returned to the midnight library. because that, she came to understand, was what it was. A library that belonged to midnight, to the quiet hour when worries grow loud and the world feels too big. Each time she entered, the whispers felt different. Some nights the stories were adventurous and bright, full of daring and laughter, the kind that pulled her mind away from fear and made it race toward wonder instead. Other nights the whispers were gentle and steady, full of friendship and safety and simple kindness, stories that felt like warm hands holding yours in the dark. But always, no matter what the whispers offered, they ended with something that settled her heart: resolution, peace, a sense that things could be endured. Elena did not tell anyone, not because she wanted to keep it for herself, but because she sensed, instinctively, that the library revealed itself only to those who truly needed it. That it was not a place you dragged your friends to on a dare. It was not a place for boasting. It was a gift, and gifts like that were delicate. What Elena did not know, at first, was this: she was not the first student to find it. The Midnight Library had been created by Asteriska Hufflepuff herself. Helga, kind-hearted and quietly formidable, had noticed something the others did not speak of often: how many students lay awake at night, not because they were naughty or restless, but because they were lonely, frightened, homesick, or burdened by thoughts too heavy for young shoulders. Helga did not believe comfort was weakness. She believed comfort was strength, because comfort helped you keep going. So she created a room that would appear now and then for students who needed it most. A room where books whispered not to tempt or trick, but to soothe. A room that offered stories tailored to the ache inside you, even if you could not name the ache yourself. The books were enchanted with fragments of pleasant dreams, tiny threads of calm magic woven into paper and ink. They did not tell the same story twice, because they listened first. They sensed what the reader needed. And because Helga's magic was rooted in care, it lasted. Centuries passed. The castle changed. New corridors formed. Old passages shifted. Students came and went, each generation convinced they were the first to discover the castle's wonders. But the Midnight Library remained, and every student who sat within it, every sleepless child who listened to the whispers, left behind a trace, a fragment, a thread of their own story. The book in Harry's lap paused for a breath, ink waiting, as if giving the room time to catch up. Harry realized the floating candles had dimmed slightly. The fire's crackle seemed deeper now, slower, as if it too were listening. Ron's head had tipped to one side, his eyes half-lidded. Hermione was still awake, but the intensity in her gaze had softened, her posture relaxed in a way that didn't happen often. The words continued. Eleanor Ravenlight's story did not end with her discovery of the library. In her 7th year, her talent for charms grew into something extraordinary. She began to study not only spells, but the nature of memory itself, how it lingered, how it shaped a person, how it sometimes attached to objects or places like dew on grass. Building on the magic Helga had created, Elena developed a spell of her own, a spell that could capture the essence of dreams and memories, preserving them like flowers pressed between pages. It was not an easy spell. It required precision and patience, but also something rarer, a genuine desire to share what you had experienced, so that others might find comfort too. Eleanor did not want her piece to belong only to her. She wanted it to become part of the library's gift. She taught the spell to a handful of trusted friends before graduation. Those friends taught it to others, carefully, choosing students who carried kindness and quiet strength. And so began a tradition that continued long after Elena's name faded from the school's casual memory. A tradition of asterisk keepers. Students who tended the library's magic without owning it. Students who wandered the castle after curfew, not to break rules, but to answer a call they did not fully understand until they found the door with the book-shaped handle. The keepers had no badge, no symbol, no public title. But, said the book, they could be recognized by an attentive eye. They were the ones who spoke to portraits as if they were friends, not decorations. The ones who paused in empty corridors, as if listening to voices no one else could hear. The ones who moved through the castle as though it belonged to them in a deeper way. Not ownership, but kinship. And perhaps the most important truth was this: the Midnight Library did not merely tell stories, it remembered them. It absorbed the traces of every student who found solace there, every fear soothed, every grief softened, every hope revived. Those traces became part of the library's whispering collection, growing richer over centuries, like a river fed by countless streams. The ink slowed, as if the book's voice had softened into a near whisper. The hour grows late, young seekers. Perhaps you were meant to hear this tale, just as Elena was meant to find that door on a winter night. Stories have power. Once heard, they cannot be unheard. And knowledge, however gentle, carries responsibility. There is a riddle woven into this tale, a clue to finding the Midnight Library for those clever enough to unravel it. But tonight, sleep may be the wiser choice. The rain falls soft, the candles burn low, and all through Hogwarts, dreams are beginning to bloom like night flowers. The words faded. The page went blank again, as though the story had never been written at all. For a moment, none of them spoke. Harry stared at the empty paper, feeling as if something warm and strange had settled inside his chest. He wasn't sure if it was wonder, or comfort, or a quiet sort of gratitude. Ron yawned, one of those big, whole-body yawns that made his eyes water. "So," he said, voice thick with sleep, "do we go looking for it right now?" Hermione gave him a look that said, "Don't be ridiculous," but her own eyelids were drooping. "Another night," she murmured, "when we're not this comfortable." Harry smiled faintly, agreed. The room felt like it was encouraging that decision. The fire crackled as if approving. The cushions looked softer. The candlelight seemed to press down like a gentle hand on their shoulders. Ron's head tipped back against the sofa, and within minutes his breathing deepened into sleep. Hermione tried to keep reading her rare star magic book, stubborn as ever, but her gaze began to drift into the flames instead of the page. Her fingers loosened around her mug. Her shoulders sank. Harry held the red book for a moment longer, then stood carefully and returned it to the shelf. As he slid it into place, he had the odd impression of returning something living to its perch, like setting a cat back in a window seat. Independent, watchful, content. He sat again, the armchair, accepting him like a memory. Outside, the rain softened further. Inside, the fire whispered, and Harry's thoughts slowed, becoming gentle and blurry, like ink spreading in water. His last clear thought before sleep took him was simple. In all his years at Hogwarts, with all its danger, its chaos, its sharp edges, he had rarely felt as safe as he did right now, hidden away in a secret room with his two best friends, surrounded by warmth and books and the afterglow of an old story. Golden light filtered through the enchanted window, painting soft warmth across sleeping faces and scattered blankets. The fire had burned down to embers, but the room still held its comfort, as if it remembered what it was made for. Harry woke first, blinking in confusion, then remembering. The tapestry, the glowing moon, the hidden doorway, the sanctuary. He sat up slowly, careful not to jostle Ron, who was sprawled on the sofa with his mouth slightly open, hair sticking up at an angle that looked genuinely painful. Hermione stirred in her chair, stretching her arms above her head. "Morning?" she mumbled. Harry checked his watch. Just past 7. Hermione glanced toward Ron and smiled fondly. Let him sleep. It's Saturday. She crossed to the window and looked out. The storm had passed. The ground sparkled as if rinsed clean. Mist curled above the lake. The forest was deep green again, no longer blurred by sheets of rain. It's beautiful, Hermione whispered, and for once her voice held no urgency, only appreciation. Harry joined her. Do you think we'll find this room again? He asked quietly. I hope so, she said. There are books here I want to read properly. Harry looked down at the red book in his hands. He had opened it earlier, curious, but in the daylight the pages remained blank. Whatever enchantment had spoken to them seemed to belong to night. The story mentioned a riddle, Hermione said thoughtfully. A clue to finding the Midnight Library. Harry frowned, replaying the details. A door with a book-shaped handle. 4th floor. A corridor not used often, and it appears to people who need it, Hermione added. Elena found it because she couldn't sleep. Ron chose that moment to sit up with a groan. Are you two already plotting another midnight adventure? He asked, rubbing his eyes. Can't we at least eat first? Harry grinned. Then plotting. They gathered their things and stepped out, the tapestry falling back into place behind them as if nothing had happened. But as they walked away, Harry could have sworn the garden scene looked a touch brighter, its twilight a little more alive, as if pleased to have been remembered. Back in the common room, they separated briefly to wash up and change. Harry paused in his dormitory, a thought catching him. He dug into his trunk and pulled out the Marauder's map. I solemnly swear that I am up to no good, he whispered. The parchment warmed, ink spreading into corridors and towers. Dots appeared, labeled with tiny moving names. Harry scanned the 4th floor, searching for anything unusual. A room that flickered in and out, or a name that shouldn't be there. Nothing, only ordinary corridors. Storage rooms. A few early rising students. Harry frowned. Maybe the Marauders never found the Midnight Library, or maybe it couldn't be mapped because it wasn't always part of the castle in the normal way. Mischief managed, he murmured, and the map went blank again. But the idea of the Midnight Library stuck to him like a burr, gentle but persistent. That night, when the castle settled and the common room grew quiet again, the three of them met by the fire with the same unspoken agreement. Harry brought the invisibility cloak. Hermione brought notes. Of course she did. Ron brought determination and a pocketful of biscuits for morale. They waited until the clock crept toward midnight, until even the rowdier Gryffindors had finally gone upstairs, until the fat lady's eyes grew droopy and her complaints became half-hearted. Then they slipped beneath the cloak and slid out into the sleeping castle. The corridors were darker now, lit only by scattered torches and pale moonlight. The castle felt vast, breathing slowly, dreaming in stone. They followed the map, avoiding Filch, avoiding Mrs. Norris, skirting around a drifting Peeves who was singing off-key to himself on the 3rd floor. At last, they reached the 4th floor. The corridor Hermione had chosen looked exactly like the one from the story, seldom used, slightly colder, lined with old portraits that stared out sleepily. Dust lay in the corners, like forgotten time. They searched the wall. No door. They searched again. Still, nothing. Ron shifted, restless. Maybe it only showed up for Elena because she was alone, he whispered. Or because she was, actually miserable. Hermione's eyes narrowed thoughtfully. The story said it reveals itself to those who truly need it. Harry nodded slowly, and something in his chest tightened with a truth he didn't usually say aloud. Maybe we need to be honest, he whispered. Not just wanting a secret library. But why we'd need it. There was a pause. Even under the invisibility cloak, it felt like the air changed, like the castle leaned in. Harry swallowed. What I need, he said quietly, is perspective. Sometimes everything that's happened, everything that might still happen, it makes it hard to remember what matters. I need reassurance. Do? Hermione's breath caught, but she nodded, eyes shining faintly in the dark. I need to feel like all the work I do means something, she admitted. That I'm not just chasing perfection because I'm afraid. Ron was silent for a moment longer than either of them expected. Then, very softly, he said, I need to know I'm enough. That I don't have to be the best at everything to be worth being here. The honesty settled between them like a warm blanket. And then the corridor shimmered. It began as a subtle ripple in the air, like heat rising from sun-warmed stone. A section of wall between two torches softened, the stones blurring as though the castle was gently rearranging itself. Slowly, an outline appeared. A door, and in its center, a handle shaped like an open book, metal gleaming with a faint blue-white glow. Hermione let out a silent gasp. It worked, she breathed. Harry stepped forward and placed his hand on the handle. It was warm, not hard, just warm, like something alive had been holding it. He turned it. The door swung inward without a sound. A soft blue-white glow spilled out, and with it came the faintest whispering, comforting, musical, like stories breathed into the air. They exchanged one look. 3 friends, 3 heartbeats, 1 shared wonder. Then they stepped through together. The Midnight Library welcomed them like it had been waiting all along. The moment they crossed the threshold, the corridor vanished behind them as if it had never existed at all. The door did not slam, nor did it click shut. It simply stopped being important. The outside world fell away the way noise fades when you sink beneath warm bathwater. Still there, somewhere, but no longer able to reach you. The Midnight Library held them in a soft blue-white glow. It was circular, just as the book had described, but the shape felt less like a room and more like an embrace. Shelves rose from floor to ceiling, curving around them in a perfect ring. The books had no visible titles, yet each one glimmered with its own gentle light, as if it carried a small moon inside its cover. Comfortable chairs waited in a cluster at the center, positioned around low tables as though an invisible host had arranged them for exactly 3 guests. There was no fireplace here, and yet the warmth was present anyway. Quiet, steady, like a blanket placed across your shoulders without anyone needing to announce it. Above them there wasn't a ceiling in the ordinary sense. The night sky opened wide, star-filled and deep, like velvet sprinkled with silver. It was more vivid than the sky through any Hogwarts window, as though the library drew the heavens closer, bringing the stars near enough to breathe. And all around them, the whispering. Not one whisper, but many, soft, overlapping threads of sound, like hundreds of stories being told just below the edge of hearing. The voices were never sharp, never urgent. They moved like water moves, calm, patient, always finding a gentle way forward. Harry stood very still, listening. He felt something inside him loosen the tightness he carried, so familiar he often forgot it was there, eased slightly, like a knot undone, one loop at a time. It's real, Ron breathed, his voice small with awe. Hermione's eyes were bright, reflecting the glow of the shelves. Of course it's real, she whispered, but there was no smugness in it, only wonder. It's Hogwarts. They moved slowly, instinctively, as though the air itself asked them to be quiet. As Harry approached the nearest shelf, the whispering shifted. It did not grow louder in volume, exactly. Rather, it became clearer in shape, as if it noticed him the way an animal notices footsteps. And then, like a single thread pulled free from a tapestry, one whisper separated from the rest. For the boy who slept beneath the stairs, for the boy who found a home in stone and starlight, Harry's breath caught. It wasn't a threat. It wasn't eerie. It was simply specific. Tenderly, impossibly specific. Like someone speaking to the part of him that still remembered cupboard darkness and loneliness, as if they were physical things. He pulled his hand back a fraction, startled by the intimacy of it. Then he exhaled. He remembered why the door had appeared. Not because they wanted an adventure, because they needed something. So Harry reached out again, slower now, and let his fingers hover over the spines. A book bound in deep blue leather seemed to draw his hand, the glow around it subtly brighter, as if it had been waiting for him to notice. When he touched it, the whispering changed. The many voices quieted, not vanishing but stepping back politely, leaving one clear presence behind. Warm, steady, attentive. He slid the book free. It was lighter than he expected, but when he held it, he felt a faint pulse in his palms, as though the book contained its own slow heartbeat. Harry carried it to one of the central chairs and sat. The chair adjusted at once, fitting itself to him with quiet intelligence. It supported his shoulders exactly where he needed it, eased the tension in his back, warmed his hands where they rested on the arms. Ron and Hermione had both found books of their own. Ron, surprisingly, had chosen one that glimmered with a warm golden glow, and he looked vaguely confused by that fact, as if he'd expected something more dramatic, something that would give him permission to roll his eyes and call it brilliantly weird. Hermione's book shone a clean, silvery white, and she held it with careful reverence, as though she was afraid she might startle the magic by gripping too tightly. Harry opened his. The pages were not blank. Not exactly. Words formed as he looked at them, flowing into place like ink poured into invisible grooves. They shifted slightly, rearranging themselves with a quiet patience, as though the book was making sure it spoke in a way he could understand. He read. He read about a young wizard who learned that power was not his truest strength. He read about courage that looked like quiet choices, made over and over again. He read about family, not the kind you're born into, but the kind you build by loving people until love becomes structure, support, home. The story did not name him. It didn't need to. It spoke to him anyway. And while Harry read, something inside him settled into place. Not like a problem solved, but like a storm gradually moving away from a coastline. His worries didn't disappear. The world didn't become simple, but his heart stopped bracing quite so hard. Time felt strange inside the Midnight Library. It flowed differently, slower, softer. Or perhaps Harry simply stopped counting it. There were no clocks, no reminders, no footsteps in corridors, no distant shouts, only whispers, only starlight, only the gentle turning of pages. At some point, Harry looked up and realized Ron's eyes were closed. Ron's book lay open on his chest, rising and falling with his breathing. His expression was peaceful, the kind of peace Ron rarely wore while awake, because Ron was always thinking of something. Food, jokes, Quidditch, worry disguised as grumbling. Now he looked like a child again, safe and unguarded. Hermione was still reading, but her eyelids drooped and she blinked slowly, as though she could barely keep them open. Even her determination was being softened by the library's calm. Harry turned one more page. The words slowed. They became fewer. Then, gently, like a hand easing a door closed, the story brought itself to an end. Not abruptly, not as if it had been cut off, Simply ho. Finished. Complete. Harry sat there a moment longer, letting that completeness sink into him. Then he stood and returned the book to the shelf. When he slid it back into place, the glow around it softened, as if content. He returned to his chair. Above, the stars twinkled with the calm patience of things that had existed long before him, and would exist long after. And in the whispering, Harry thought he heard something like a final reassurance, too faint to translate into words but clear in feeling. You are not alone. He leaned back. His body grew heavy, but it wasn't the heavy weight of exhaustion. It was the comfortable heaviness of finally being allowed to rest. The midnight library seemed to dim its light, not because it was fading, but because it was tucking itself around them. The glow softened. The whispers lowered, becoming more like distant lullabies than conversation. Hermione's book slipped slightly in her lap. She didn't notice. Harry's eyes closed, and the last thing he was aware of before sleep took him was the sense of being watched over, not by a person, not by a teacher or a ghost, but by something older and kinder. The castle's deep magic, ancient as stone, gentle as breath. The next morning arrived in the same soft way, like sunlight laying a warm palm across the world. Harry woke first again, blinking at the star ceiling until he remembered where he was. The midnight library was quieter in daylight. The books still glowed, but more faintly, as if they preferred night. The stars above were dimmer, too, though still present, like a dream you haven't fully let go of. Ron was still asleep, mouth slightly open, hair more chaotic than ever. Hermione stirred, sat up, and looked around with a slow smile. I can't believe that happened, she whispered, as if she was afraid saying it too loudly might cause the library to vanish in embarrassment. Harry checked his watch. Still early. Hermione stood and walked toward the shelves, eyes scanning greedily. She looked like someone who had been handed an entire kingdom of books and told she could only take what she could carry. I want to come back, she said quietly. Properly, with questions. With time. Same, Harry said. Ron chose that moment to wake with a long groan. Please, tell me the library has breakfast, he mumbled. Harry snorted softly. Sadly, no. Ron blinked at the shelves, then at the star ceiling. His expression shifted into something thoughtful. Worth it anyway, he said, and it sounded almost sincere enough to startle them. They sat for a few moments longer, letting the peace soak into them like warmth. Then they rose, because Hogwarts still had rules, and the day would still demand its normal shape. They moved toward the door. The library watched them go without protest. It didn't feel possessive. It felt trusting, as if it believed they would return when they truly needed it again. Harry touched the handle on the inside, also shaped like an open book, and as he did, the whispering brushed his mind one last time, like a soft goodbye. Then the door opened. They stepped out into the ordinary corridor, stone and torchlight replacing starlight. The door faded behind them like mist, leaving only smooth wall. Ron turned, stared, and muttered, "That's going to drive me mad." Hermione held her chin up stubbornly. "We'll find it again." Harry, though, didn't answer immediately, because he could still feel it. The calm, the way the library had reshaped his thoughts without forcing them, and he wondered, quietly, privately, how many other students had been saved by that calm without anyone ever knowing. They kept it secret. It wasn't a decision made in one dramatic sentence. It was simply understood, the same way some things between friends are understood, A precious thing stays precious when you don't toss it into a crowd. Throughout the day, they exchanged small looks when they passed the fourth floor. A private acknowledgement. A shared, quiet magic. That evening, back in the Gryffindor common room, the fire crackled and students laughed and argued over homework. It was warm, familiar, loud. Harry sat by the window for a while, watching the sky darken. The clouds were gone. The first stars appeared one by one, like careful sparks. Something about them tugged at him. Maybe it was the library ceiling. How close the stars had felt. How alive. How listening. Look, Harry murmured when Ron and Hermione joined him. Clear night. Look, Hermione followed his gaze and softened. They look brighter from here. That's because there's no Muggle light pollution, Ron said, and when they stared at him in surprise, he shrugged. Charlie told me once, before he got obsessed with dragons. Hermione blinked, impressed despite herself. That's actually correct. Bow. And Ron grinned. I'm full of knowledge. It's my burden. Harry's attention stayed on the sky. The stars felt like an invitation. We should go to the astronomy tower, he said suddenly. Hermione frowned automatically. After hours. Ron's grin spread. Since when has that stopped us? Hermione tried to look stern, failed, and sighed. Fine. But if we lose points, I'm blaming both of you. They waited until the common room emptied again. Harry fetched the invisibility cloak and the Marauder's map. Hermione gathered a small star chart and a pencil, because Hermione did not do anything without documentation. Ron brought biscuits again, because Ron had priorities. Under the cloak, they slipped out. The castle was quieter tonight. The corridors smelled faintly of cold stone and old wood. Torches burned low, casting long shadows that swayed slightly as if the walls were breathing. They climbed careful, avoiding Filch and Mrs. Norris, stepping around Peeves with practiced ease. At last they reached the spiral staircase to the astronomy tower and emerged onto the open platform. The wind greeted them, cool and gentle. And above, the sky spread wide, so vast it made Harry's chest feel hollow in the best way, like his worries had more room to drift. They removed the cloak once they were sure they were alone. Hermione immediately began pointing out constellations, her voice soft with delight. Ron leaned against the stone parapet, looking outward with a quiet that was unusual for him. Harry stood between them, breathing in the cool night air, letting the stars calm him in a way he hadn't expected. They spoke in low voices, Orion, Sirius, the Pleiades. Then Harry noticed something that didn't fit. There, he murmured, pointing. That star. It's flickering. Hermione narrowed her eyes. Stars twinkle because of the atmosphere, but not like that. It's not moving, Harry said. And the pattern. Look, it's irregular. Ron squinted. Maybe it's a plane. Hermione didn't answer. Hermione didn't answer. Her expression changed. She looked like someone reaching for a memory buried deep in a book. She began slowly. I read about something like this. Ron sighed. Of course you did. Hermione ignored him. Astral signaling. Harry blinked. What? An ancient method of magical communication, she said, excitement creeping in, before more modern spells. It uses the stars. Light pulsed in patterns. Like a message. Ron's eyebrows rose. Stars sending messages. Brilliant. Because Hogwarts wasn't weird enough, Hermione already had her wand up. There's a charm, she murmured, to reveal, to interpret. She paused, eyes closed, mind racing. Then she snapped her fingers. Yes, a revealing variation. For celestial phenomena, Harry stepped closer. Try it. Hermione lifted her wand to the flickering point of light. Revelio, she said clearly. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, slowly, the sky changed. Not the whole sky, just a section near the flickering star. Certain stars brightened, as if someone had turned them up. Thin lines of silver light appeared, connecting those stars into shapes. A pattern formed, not a constellation Harry recognized. It became clearer and clearer, until it looked like a wand, its tip glowing, surrounded by radiating beams. Hermione's breath caught. The wand light. Ron's voice dropped. That's real? Hermione looked shaken, not in fear, but in disbelief. It's a legend. Not in modern texts. Harry stared up at the shimmering pattern, feeling something strange in his stomach. A sense of being seen. Then he looked down. The stone parapet beneath the constellation's brightest point was glowing faintly, as if starlight had spilled and soaked into it. Lines began to appear on its surface, etching themselves into the stone like invisible ink turning visible. It's a map, Hermione whispered, kneeling. Harry crouched beside her. The lines were intricate. Stars, symbols, pathways. Around the edges, faint runes formed a ring. Ron leaned in, eyes wide. Can you read it? Hermione traced the shapes with trembling fingers. Some. These are older runes than what we usually study. She swallowed. This says, the path of the wanderer. Celestial guidance. Harry's skin prickled. And then something happened that made all three of them go still. A point of light on the map, near the tip of the wand symbol, began to pulse brighter. The light detached from the stone. It rose into the air like a tiny floating star. Ron's voice went faint. Air, what's it doing? The little light shot upward, streaking into the sky like a reverse shooting star. It aligned perfectly with the bright star at the wand's tip. For a heartbeat, everything went silent. Then, a brilliant beam of light burst across the heavens, tracing a glowing arc, directed, deliberate. Hermione's hand flew to her mouth. That's not natural. It's showing a path, Harry whispered. The arc lingered, glittering like a ribbon of starlight, and within that light, faint, shifting images began to form. Brief scenes, dreamlike glimpses. Diagon, Hogwarts. Different, yet still Hogwarts. People Harry didn't recognize. Familiar faces, older, stronger, standing in places that felt both the same and changed. Ron's voice shook. Are you seeing? Yes, Harry breathed. Hermione's eyes shone. It's like a window. The images didn't last. They flickered and blurred like reflections in disturbed water. Then, As suddenly as it began, the light contracted back into a single star point and vanished. The wand-like constellation held for a moment longer, shimmering like a farewell. Then it too faded, leaving only the ordinary stars. The map on the parapet dimmed, but the etched lines remained faintly visible. The three of them stood in silence, wind tugging at their robes. Finally, Ron exhaled. Well, that was a thing. Hermione was already pulling out parchment. We need to copy it. Immediately. Harry watched her scribble, watched Ron stare up at the now normal sky. And deep inside, in that quiet place the Midnight Library had soothed, Harry felt something settle again. Not fear, not certainty, but something gentler. Hope. Because, whatever the visions had meant, one thing had been clear. Hogwarts endured. They didn't speak much on the way back. Under the invisibility cloak, their breaths came out in small clouds that vanished almost as soon as they formed. And the castle felt different. Still the same stone corridors and sleepy torches, but somehow more aware, as if Hogwarts had noticed them noticing it. Hermione kept her folded sketch tucked safely in her robes, like it was fragile glass. Ron walked with unusual care, not because he was worried about being caught, though he always was, a little, but because his mind was still up on the tower, following that beam of light across the stars. Harry, in the middle, kept glancing up at the vaulted ceilings as if expecting the wand-light constellation to appear there too, a faint echo of silver lines painted onto the stone. Nothing happened. The corridors stayed quiet. Portraits slept in their frames, heads tipped at odd angles, mouths slightly open, as though even the painted people had been lulled into deeper rest by whatever magic had danced over the school that night. When they reached the fat lady, she blinked awake as if she'd been expecting them. "Honestly," she muttered, voice thick with sleep. "Students these days." In and out. In and out. In and out. In and out. Ah, 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 ah. Do any of you know what rest is? Harry whispered the password, and the portrait swung forward with a huff that was more theatrical than angry. The common room beyond was nearly empty. The fire had collapsed into a bed of red-orange embers, the sort that glowed softly rather than burned hot, and the air smelled faintly of smoke and old parchment. They removed the cloak and stood there for a moment in silence. It felt strange to be back in ordinary warmth, ordinary furniture, ordinary quiet, after standing under a sky that had rearranged itself like a secret. Ron ran a hand through his hair, making it worse. Hermione's eyes were far away. Harry looked at his friends and felt the oddest wave of gratitude. So gentle and sudden it almost hurt. "Tomorrow," Hermione said softly, as if afraid the words would shatter the calm, "we research." Ron groaned on instinct. "Of course we do." Hermione shot him a look, but there was no real bite in it. "We saw something that hasn't been written about properly for centuries. If we don't look into it, who will?" Ron held up his hands in surrender. "Fine. Fine. Just after breakfast." Harry nodded. After breakfast. They parted for their dormitories, each carrying the night inside them, and when Harry finally climbed into bed, the darkness didn't feel threatening the way it sometimes did. The memory of the wandlight had left a small lamp of peace burning somewhere in his chest. He closed his eyes. Sleep came quickly, not the heavy, dreamless kind. A quiet, drifting sleep, full of stars that hummed like music you didn't need to understand to feel comforted by. Morning made everything look more sensible. Sunlight slid through the tall windows, turning stone corridors warm and ordinary again. Students chattered about homework and Quidditch and breakfast, and the world tried very hard to pretend that nothing had rearranged itself in the sky the night before. Harry sat beside Ron and Hermione in the great hall and ate his toast while Hermione spoke in low, controlled bursts. She had that look, the one that meant she'd already started thinking 3 steps ahead. "The constellation," she murmured, leaning slightly closer so no one else could hear. "If it's truly hidden from Muggle sight, then it's not just a normal pattern of stars. It's a magical overlay, a charm on the sky itself, or a revealing effect. Something layered." Ron chewed slowly. "And you're going to find a book about it." "I'm going to try," Hermione corrected. Harry swallowed. "What about the map?" Hermione's fingers brushed her robes where the folded parchment sat. "I copied as much as I could, but not all the runes, and the glow was fading. I want to check it again in proper light, if it's still there." Ron's mouth twisted. "You mean go back up?" Hermione's eyes flicked to his. "Not tonight, but soon." Harry didn't say what he was thinking, that a part of him wanted to go back immediately, not for answers, but for that feeling, that calm sense of being held inside something larger than fear. Instead, he simply nodded. After breakfast, they did what Hermione had threatened they would do. They went straight to the library. Madame Pince glared at them as if they were personally responsible for every crumb that ever landed on her floors. Hermione didn't even seem to notice. She moved through the stacks like a compass needle, pointing to north. The 3 of them settled at Hermione's usual table, and within minutes they were surrounded by books of varying size and age. Some were so old their spines looked like cracked riverbeds. Others were newer, but all of them seemed inadequate compared to what they'd actually seen. Hermione flipped through pages rapidly, lips moving as she read. Harry tried to help, but most of the texts were dense and full of references that assumed you already knew half of what was being discussed. Ron, to everyone's surprise, including Ron, found one small passage in a book about old wizarding travel methods. He tapped the line with his finger. "Here. See? Guiding lights above places of learning." It's not exactly the same words, but it sounds similar. Hermione leaned in, eyes bright. "That's something." Harry watched them and felt that familiar warmth that came from their teamwork. Hermione's sharp focus, Ron's unexpected instincts, his own habit of noticing patterns and feelings that others might ignore. Together they made sense of things, or at least they tried. By lunchtime, Hermione had found only fragments, half mentions, old notes, a few poetic references that sounded like legends dressed up as scholarship. "It's been forgotten," she said softly, like someone mourning a loss, or deliberately erased. Or it simply stopped being something people looked for. Ron shrugged, trying to lighten the mood. "That's because people stopped staring at the sky and started using fireplaces to travel." Hermione snorted faintly. "That, too." Harry rested his chin in his hands, staring out one of the library windows at the bright autumn day. "Maybe it only shows up when it wants to," he said quietly. Hermione's quill paused. "Like the Midnight Library." Ron blinked. "You're saying the sky is basically a room of requirement now?" "I'm saying Hogwarts has a habit," Harry replied, voice low. "A habit of helping when you need it, not when you demand it." Hermione's expression softened. She didn't argue. For the rest of the day they carried on with normal classes, normal homework, normal life. Except none of it felt entirely normal anymore. Because now, when Harry looked at the stone walls, he imagined invisible lines of connection running through them, like veins of magic. And when he passed windows, he found himself glancing upward, searching the sky even in daylight, as if the wand-light constellation might leave some faint residue of itself behind. That night, clouds rolled in. Hermione checked a weather charm on a notice board and sighed in frustration when it showed thick cover through most of the evening. "No stars," Ron said, sounding mildly pleased. "Brilliant early bed." Hermione shot him a look. "We can still go to the tower and examine the parapet in better light. The etched lines might remain." Harry hesitated, but nodded. "Let's try." They waited until curfew, then slipped out again under the cloak, feet silent on stone. The astronomy tower felt colder tonight, the air damp with mist. When they reached the platform, the sky above was a heavy lid of cloud. No stars, no silver lines, no secret singing constellation. Hermione knelt immediately at the stone parapet and traced the surface with her wand light. "It's still there," she whispered. "Barely, but yes, faint marks." Harry crouched beside her, squinting. In the dimness, the lines looked like scratches. Nothing more. Ron leaned over their shoulders. "We can't see anything." Hermione tried a revealing charm. Then another. Then a modified one, she muttered under her breath, as if she was bargaining with the castle itself. Nothing changed. The marks stayed faint and stubborn. After nearly an hour, Hermione exhaled slowly and sat back on her heels. "I don't think it will show itself without the constellation," she admitted reluctantly. Ron yawned loudly. "So, bed?" Harry, though, didn't feel disappointed. Oddly, he felt soothed, as if the tower itself was telling them, "Not tonight. Not because you failed. Because you don't need it tonight." They returned to Gryffindor Tower and slept. And the next day passed quietly, filled with ordinary school noise. But underneath everything, a private thread of anticipation remained, humming low and steady, like a note that hadn't resolved yet. The following night was clear, not just clear, crisp. The kind of cold that makes the stars look sharper, like someone has polished them. Hermione was restless all evening. Ron tried to pretend he wasn't excited, but he kept checking the windows. Harry felt the pull too, the same gentle tug that had drawn him toward the tower before. After curfew, they went again. Under the cloak, up staircases and through dim corridors, past sleeping portraits and echoing footsteps, the astronomy tower greeted them with quiet wind. They stepped out onto the platform and removed the cloak. The sky was wide and deep and scattered with stars. Hermione moved instantly to the parapet, wand light ready. Ron leaned against the stone again, looking outward with a sort of reverence he'd never admit to. Harry took one slow breath and let the air fill him. For a while, nothing happened. They watched. They waited. Hermione checked star positions against her chart, murmuring names under her breath. Ron cracked a biscuit to keep himself busy. Then, a sound, not a voice, not a whisper, a note, pure and clear, like crystals struck gently. Harry froze. The note came again, a touch higher, then another, lower. It wasn't loud, but it filled the space as if the air itself was being played like an instrument. Ron's eyes went wide. "Do you hear that?" Hermione didn't answer. Her face tilted up. Harry followed her gaze. The stars were pulsing, not flickering like before, not signaling in one small place. This was broader, softer. Dozens of stars brightened and dimmed in time with the notes, like the sky was breathing music. The melody grew, layering new tones on top of the first, building into something hauntingly calm. It felt ancient. Not old in the dusty sense, but old in the way mountains are old, steady, unmoved by the small chaos of people. Harry's skin prickled. It wasn't frightening. It was beautiful. And it made the world feel quieter, as if the castle itself had leaned in to listen. More stars appeared, points of light that hadn't been visible a moment earlier, filling the spaces between familiar constellations. Thin silver lines formed and reformed, drawing patterns that shifted gently with the music. Hermione's breath came out in a soft gasp. "It's bigger," she whispered. Above them, the wand-like constellation appeared again, brighter than before, its one tip glowing like a tiny lantern in the sky. But now it was clearly part of something larger, a whole network of hidden shapes, a sky map that wasn't meant for ordinary eyes. Harry glanced down, and his breath caught. The stone parapet beneath his hands was warming. Not hot, but alive with gentle heat. The faint etchings flared into brightness, lines filling with silvery blue light that matched the sky above. The map was returning, not as faint scratches, but as a living diagram. Then the light spread across the floor. Lines appeared like ink poured into stone, spreading outward from the parapet and racing around the circular platform until the astronomy tower itself was covered in a glowing replica of the celestial design above them. They stood inside the map, between sky and stone, surrounded by quiet, singing magic. Hermione turned slowly, face lit by silver light. "It's incredible," Ron pointed down. "Look, there. That symbol. Sikosa, near their feet, among the web of pathways, an icon was etched into the glowing map. An open book with rays of light streaming from its pages. Harry's chest tightened. "The Midnight Library," he whispered. Hermione knelt and traced the symbol carefully. "And here, this one looks like an arch. A doorway." Ron stepped to another part of the map, eyes scanning. "And this looks like a key." They moved around the platform, reading the map the way you read a story, slowly, carefully, letting it reveal itself. The celestial music softened into a background hum, like the sky had decided they understood enough for now, and didn't need to be held quite so tightly. And then, across the glowing floor, tiny points of light began to move, small star specks, drifting and darting along the silver paths, like travelers, like messages, like living thoughts sliding through a hidden network. Hermione stared, fascinated. "They're moving between the nodes," Ron's voice was hushed. "Like the Marauder's map, but not people, something else." One of the tiny lights detached and floated upward. It rose slowly, spiraling gently, until it hovered before Harry's face, pulsing softly, like a heartbeat. Harry lifted his hand without thinking, palm open. The light drifted down and rested there, warm, comforting, as though it belonged in his skin. A calm certainty filled him. It wanted to show them something. The light expanded slightly and images formed within it, miniature scenes like moving paintings made of starlight. Harry saw the hidden reading room behind Morgana's tapestry, then the Midnight Library again. Glowing shelves, whispering pages. Then places he had never seen, a garden room where flowers bloomed regardless of season. A chamber of clocks where time seemed to flow sideways. A tower that existed only in moonlight. Ron leaned close, staring. "Are these real?" Hermione's voice trembled with wonder. They could be. Hogwarts has always been larger than it should be. Magic doesn't obey architecture. The images shifted, showing paths, silver lines, connecting one place to another, like veins connecting to a heart. Harry swallowed. Hogwarts is connected, he whispered. All these rooms, all these spaces, they aren't separate. They're part of something bigger. The tiny light pulsed once, as if in agreement, then floated down again, returning to the glowing map on the floor and rejoining the moving network of star specks. Gradually the map began to dim. Not disappearing at once, but fading like moonlight at dawn. The lines softened. The symbols sank back into faint etchings. Above, the extra stars winked away, returning the sky to ordinary constellations. Only the wand light lingered a moment longer, shimmering like a farewell. Then it too faded. The music ended with one last gentle note. Silence returned. Not an empty silence, a fulfilled one. The kind you feel after a story ends in exactly the right place. For a long moment, none of them moved. Then Harry spoke quietly, because the thought had settled into him like truth. I think Hogwarts is helping us. Ron looked at him, eyebrows raised. Harry gestured vaguely at the stone beneath their feet, the sky above. All of it. The reading room, the midnight library, the wand light, the map. It feels like it's opening doors, showing us what we need. Hermione's expression grew thoughtful. Because we need it now, she said softly. More than ever. Ron's voice dropped. Because what's coming is bigger than school. Harry didn't answer, but the chill that passed through him had nothing to do with the night air. They stood together, shoulder to shoulder, feeling the ancient stone beneath their feet and the vast sky above. And in that moment, Hogwarts didn't feel like a building. It felt like a living thing, a home, a guardian, something old and powerful that held them gently, the way a hand holds a candle flame steady against wind. Eventually, Hermione exhaled, careful and slow. We should go before someone notices we're missing. Ron nodded reluctantly. Yeah. Harry picked up the cloak, and before they disappeared beneath it, he took one last look at the sky. Ordinary now, but not ordinary to him anymore. Thank you, he whispered, though he wasn't sure who he was speaking to. Then they slipped back into the sleeping castle, carrying the echo of celestial music inside their chests, like a secret lullaby. The days after the tower felt almost unreal in their ordinariness. Classes still happened. Homework still piled up. Filch still appeared at the worst times, his lantern swinging like a threat. Peeves still yelled rude rhymes from the rafters. The great hall still smelled like toast in the morning and treacle tart at night. But underneath all of it, something had shifted. Harry found himself noticing Hogwarts in a new way, like a person you've known for years, and only now are you beginning to understand how much they've been quietly doing for you. A staircase that always seemed to move at the worst moment now felt like it was steering him away from certain corridors when he was tired and not paying attention. A portrait that usually ignored him now opened one eye when he passed, as if checking on him. Even the common room fire seemed to crackle a little softer when his thoughts were too loud. Hermione didn't say things like that out loud, of course. Hermione researched. She spent every spare moment in the library with ink-stained fingers, squinting at ancient texts and frowning at footnotes that led nowhere. She chased references that turned out to be half poems, or old wizarding jokes, or simply missing. Ron did something unexpected too. He started drawing, not the sloppy doodles he'd scribble in the margins of parchment when he was bored. This was careful, stubborn work. He tried to map what they'd seen on the astronomy tower. Symbols, pathways, the way certain icons seemed connected to others. He didn't have Hermione's precision, but he had something else, an instinct for what mattered. Harry drifted between them, helping where he could but mostly feeling. He kept remembering that moment when the tiny light had rested in his palm. Warm, comforting, like Hogwarts itself had placed something there and said, wordlessly, "Look, you're not alone." And in a year where darkness pressed closer and the world felt heavier than it should for people their age, that mattered more than any theory. One afternoon, after a particularly grey week of essays and tension and too many whispered conversations in corridors, Harry said what all of them were thinking. "We need a break." Hermione looked up sharply. "We can't afford." "I didn't say we're abandoning everything," Harry said, trying not to smile. "I said we need a break." Ron's face brightened instantly, as if the words had switched on a light behind his eyes. "Thank you." Finally, someone with sense. Hermione's frown held for exactly 3 seconds before it softened, betrayed by the exhaustion sitting behind her eyes. "Fine," she said, pretending she was only agreeing because it was logical. "A short one." "A short one," Ron echoed cheerfully, already grabbing his cloak. "Let's go see Hagrid." Hermione opened her mouth to protest, then closed it, as if she'd remembered how good it felt to sit by Hagrid's fire and not be asked to solve anything for a while. So they went. They crossed the grounds with the wind tugging at their robes, the sky pale and low, the lake reflecting dull light like a mirror that had forgotten how to shine. Fang's bark reached them before they even knocked, booming and happy, and Hagrid opened the door with a grin big enough to make the whole day feel warmer. "About time," he boomed, waving them in like he'd been waiting on his doorstep for hours. "Was startin' to think you'd forgot where I lived." "Sorry," Harry said, and meant it. "We've been busy." Hagrid's eyes twinkled, like he knew far more than he was going to say. "Busy?" he repeated, as if the word tasted funny. "Sit down. Kettle's on." The hut smelled the way it always did. Smoke, wood, something earthy from the herbs hanging on the beams, and the warm, comforting heaviness of a place that didn't ask you to be anyone other than yourself. Ron sank into a chair, like his bones had been rearranged for comfort. Hermione sat more carefully, but her shoulders loosened almost immediately. Harry scratched Fang behind the ears and felt the dog lean into his hand with a kind of trust that made Harry's chest ache in a good way. Hagrid set out mugs and a plate covered in a cloth. Then, with a proud flourish, he lifted the cloth. Scones. Actual scones. Golden, soft-looking, smelling faintly of butter and something sweet. Ron stared at them like he'd seen a dragon hatch. "No way." Hagrid sniffed, pretending to be insulted. "What? You think I can't bake nothing but rock cakes?" Hermione's eyes widened in alarm. "Hagrid, please tell me you didn't." "I didn't," Hagrid said quickly. Then, a beat later, he added, "Well, not this time. Been taking lessons from the house elves." Ron bit into a scone and froze mid-chew, shocked by how normal it tasted. Then he swallowed and nodded solemnly. "These are actually brilliant." Hagrid's shoulders lifted in satisfaction. "Told you." They drank tea, ate scones, and for a while they talked about nothing important. Quidditch gossip, Professor Snape's latest insult, a first year who'd managed to explode a cauldron in a way none of them thought was possible. It was exactly what Harry needed. And then something small happened. Something quiet. Something that somehow felt like it had been waiting for them. Ron reached for his mug again, bumped it with his elbow, and sent it rolling toward the edge of the table. Hermione, faster than thought, caught it with one hand. Honestly, she sighed, though she wasn't really angry. But Ron wasn't listening. He stared at the cup like it had just spoken. "Did you hear that?" he asked. Harry blinked. "Hear what?" Ron swallowed. "A whisper." Like a little voice. Hermione leaned closer, and for once she looked uncertain instead of dismissive. "I thought." Then she stopped too, because there it was. So soft they might have imagined it, if they weren't all listening. A faint murmur, like the sound of someone talking through a wall, not eerie. Not sharp, gentle. Hagrid frowned at the cup. "That's odd," he muttered. "Found that one in an old cupboard. Thought it was just a nice bit of china." Harry held out his hand. "Can I?" Ron passed it over carefully, as if suddenly afraid to touch it too hard. The cup was delicate. White porcelain with blue flowers, gold trim, the kind of thing that didn't belong among Hagrid's heavy mugs. And in Harry's hands the whispering was clearer. Not words yet. More like memory trying to become sound. Hermione's voice went quiet. "Oh, it doesn't feel like an ordinary charm." "No," Harry agreed. "It feels like residue. Like the castle," Ron murmured, surprising himself with the thought. Hagrid scratched his beard. "Try drinking from it," he suggested. "Might strengthen whatever's in there." Harry hesitated only a moment, then took a small sip. The tea was warm and sweetened with honey, and the whisper snapped into clarity like a radio finally tuned. A woman's voice, older, kind, wistful. "Sunlight through the windows," the voice murmured, gentle as a blanket. "Flowers just beginning in the courtyard." Harry lowered the cup slowly, stunned. "It's a story," he whispered. Hermione's eyes were wide. "No, wait. It's a memory." Ron leaned in, gooseflesh on his arms. "Whose?" Hagrid's face softened, as if he'd remembered something he hadn't thought of in years. "There's a healer," he said slowly. "Old Hogwarts healer. Name of Elspeth Nightingale." Hermione's head snapped up. "There's a portrait in the hospital wing corridor. A small one. Silver hair. Always arranging flowers." Hagrid nodded. "That's her." Harry listened again, and the voice continued, drifting like smoke through air. "Poor dear was burning with fever when they brought him in. None of the usual remedies were working. Feared we might lose him before dawn." As the words flowed, the steam rising from the cup began to swirl strangely. Instead of fading, it gathered, coiled, shaped itself into something faint, misty, hovering over the rim. A small image, like a memory made visible. A woman bending over a bed, hands moving with careful tenderness. A child's pale face, a night that felt long even in miniature. Hermione's hand covered her mouth. Ron's voice came out barely louder than a breath. "Blimey," the memory continued. "In desperation, I tried the experimental potion. Moonflower and dittany steeped in unicorn tears. A risk, but worth it." The steam image shifted, the woman sitting beside the bed, holding a small hand, refusing to leave. Then, by morning the fever had broken, a tiny smile from the child. And the voice softened with relief, so real it made Harry's throat tighten. Some healings stay with you forever. The steam dispersed. The whispering faded back to a gentle murmur. But a warmth remained in the hut, not from the fire, not from the tea. A warmth that felt like being cared for without having to ask. Hermione blinked hard. "It's beautiful." Hagrid nodded slowly, eyes suspiciously shiny behind his hair. Aye, she was that kind. Proper kind. Harry stared at the cup on the table, suddenly aware that it wasn't just porcelain. It was a piece of someone, a fragment of a life spent easing pain. Ron shifted uncomfortably, as if the seriousness of it had landed on his shoulders. "So, what do we do with it?" Hermione's answer came immediately, as if the decision had been waiting in her. "We return it." Harry looked up, to her portrait. Ron blinked. "To the hospital wing?" Hermione nodded. "It belongs there, near her. It feels—" She stopped, searching for a word that wasn't purely logical. "It feels right." Hagrid leaned back in his chair, watching them with approval. "Some things have a place," he said, "and if that cup's got her memory in it, then it'll be restless till it's where it ought to be." Ron swallowed. "We'll have to go at night." Hermione opened her mouth, then sighed because there was no arguing it. "Yes," she admitted, "at night. When it's empty." Harry felt the familiar weight of their shared rule-breaking settle over them. But this time, it didn't feel reckless. It felt respectful, a quiet kindness, done quietly. They promised Hagrid they'd tell him how it went, and he wrapped the cup carefully in a clean cloth, handing it to Hermione like he was passing over something sacred. "Steady hands," he said, nodding at her. Hermione held the bundle close, expression softened in a way Harry rarely saw. That night the castle was hushed. They waited until the common room had mostly emptied, until the fire burned low and people drifted upstairs, half asleep, laughing softly and yawning. Then the three of them slipped under the invisibility cloak. It was tighter now than it had been when they were younger, and they had to huddle close, hunched like conspirators. Ron muttered about growth spurts being a hazard. Hermione shushed him fiercely, but there was no real sharpness in it. They moved through corridors lit by moonlight and dim torches, the bundle secure in Hermione's bag, as if the cup itself was holding its breath. No one stopped them. No one noticed. It felt almost like the castle was making space for them. The hospital wing doors creaked slightly when they eased them open, and Hermione froze, wand raised, listening. Silence. Clean, medicinal air. Rows of beds like pale ghosts in moonlight. They stepped inside and let the cloak fall away. Hermione's wand light glowed softly, muted so it wouldn't spill through windows. The place felt different at night, not frightening, but deeply still. Like a room that spent its days busy with pain and healing, and its nights simply resting. They followed the corridor to the small alcove Hermione had mentioned. And there she was, a portrait so modest you could miss it if you weren't looking, an elderly witch with silver hair, kind eyes, and the calm posture of someone who had soothed thousands of frightened children. She was arranging flowers in a vase, hands moving in a gentle loop. As they approached, her painted eyes lifted. She smiled. "Good evening," she said softly. "It's rather late for students to be wandering near the hospital wing. Are you unwell?" Harry stepped forward carefully. "No, ma'am. We brought something. Something we think might belong to you." Hermione took the cup from her bag, unwrapped it slowly, and held it up in the moonlight. The cup whispered. Not loudly, but clearly enough that the portrait's face changed instantly. surprise, recognition, and something like emotion rising behind her eyes. My stars. The portrait breathed, leaning forward as far as the frame allowed. That cup. You know it? Ron asked, voice unusually gentle. I do, she said, and her smile trembled slightly. A gift. From a boy named Edwin Fenworthy, during the fever outbreak of 1873. Hermione's eyes widened. So it really is a memory, the portrait said softly, as if tasting the word. Yes. I use that cup often. Tea was the one constant. Some days. Harry felt something in him soften. We found it with Hagrid, he explained. It started whispering, and we heard. What happened? The portrait's gaze moved between them, full of warmth. And you chose to bring it here. It felt like we should, Hermione whispered. The portrait nodded, satisfied. Objects with strong impressions often become unsettled. When displaced, they want to return. Not because they are alive exactly, though sometimes I wonder if the difference matters, but because magic remembers what belongs where. Ron glanced around. Where do we put it? The portrait's eyes brightened. There's a shelf beneath my frame, she said. It's meant for flowers. It will serve. Ron placed the cup carefully on the shelf. The moment it touched the wood, the whispering grew clearer. And something else happened. Though the cup was empty, steam began to rise from it, silver and soft, curling upward like breath in cold air. The steam gathered between cup and portrait, and then scenes formed. Not one memory this time. Many. Little vignettes floating in the air. The healer bending over beds, pressing cool cloths to foreheads, murmuring reassurance. Students crying with fear, then laughing with relief. A child clutching her hand. A mother weeping thanks. The corridor filled with a warm glow, golden, tender, steady. Harry felt it wash through him like calm water. A lingering ache in his shoulder from Quidditch practice faded without him realizing it had been there. His breathing slowed. Hermione's eyes shone. Ron looked like he didn't quite know what to do with the lump in his throat. The portrait watched, hands clasped near her chest, expression full of quiet wonder. Oh, she whispered. I had forgotten so many of these. The memories continued for a long time. Or maybe only a few minutes. Time felt unimportant under that kind of magic. Finally, slowly, the steam thinned, the scenes faded. The golden glow didn't disappear exactly. It settled into the stones, into the air, into the space itself. Like warmth lingering after someone closes a door behind them. The portrait exhaled softly, eyes bright. Thank you, she said, voice gentle but deep with meaning. Truly. Hermione shook her head as if she didn't deserve praise. It was... Oh, no. Ron cleared his throat, trying to sound casual and failing. So, what happens now? Will it keep doing that? The portrait's smile turned knowing. Magic born of feeling doesn't vanish when it completes its task, she said. It transforms. The memories belong with me now, yes. But the care that shaped those memories remains in the cup. It may soothe those who pass. Ease small pains, quiet troubled thoughts. Nothing dramatic, just comfort. Harry stared at the cup, now completely still and ordinary-looking, and yet he could feel it radiating something gentle, a kindness you could walk past and still be helped by. a magic you didn't have to understand to receive. Hermione swallowed. That's, wonderful. The portrait's gaze softened even further, and when she spoke again, it felt like advice offered not as a lecture, but as a gift. Remember, she said, this castle holds more than stones and spells. It holds the imprint of everyone who has lived within it. Joy, fear, laughter, grief, courage, love. Treat it with respect, and it will show you wonders. Not always loud ones. Often quiet ones. Harry felt those words settle into him, in the same way the warm glow had. Soft, lasting. They said their goodbyes. The portrait returned to her flowers. But now and then she glanced down towards the cup, with a fondness that made her painted face seem more alive. And as the three of them slipped back under the cloak and moved into the corridor, Harry heard Ron murmur, almost to himself, "It's all connected, isn't it?" Hermione nodded. The teacup, the hidden reading room, the midnight library, the wandlight map, Hogwarts preserving itself, Hogwarts preserving itself through memory. Through memory, Harry didn't answer immediately. He just felt it, like the castle breathing around them. Yes, he said finally, and we're part of it. After that night, the cup became a quiet legend, not a dramatic one. No one screamed about it in the Great Hall. No Daily Prophet headlines. No detentions. Just whispers. Different whispers now. Not from the cup itself, but from students. I swear I had a headache, and then I walked past the hospital wing corridor, and it eased. I felt calmer just standing there. It's warmer in that alcove than anywhere else. Madame Pomfrey never mentioned it, and the cup remained on its shelf, as if the hospital wing had simply decided it belonged. Harry found himself taking the long route sometimes, not because he was injured, but because he needed that warmth. Just a small reminder that there was gentle magic in the world, too, not only the sharp kind that fought battles. The Midnight Library appeared again once, weeks later, when Hermione was quietly cracking under pressure and refusing to admit it. The door with the book-shaped handle had shimmered into existence, as if the castle had sighed and said, "All right, come in." They sat there together beneath the star-filled ceiling, listening to whispering books, letting stories unspool like soft thread through their minds until the tension loosened. The wand-like constellation returned once more, on the edge of winter, like a final blessing before the holidays, guiding them briefly to a room somewhere deep in the castle where music played with no visible source, gentle and steady, like lullabies drifting through stone. But of everything they discovered, it was still the teacup that stayed with Harry most, because it wasn't grand, it wasn't dangerous, it wasn't about being special. It was about someone who had quietly cared for people, and how that care had left a mark strong enough to last a century. And Harry liked the thought that even when the world felt like it was splintering, kindness could be that durable. Spring eventually came, as it always did, softening the cold edges of the school year. Snow melted into muddy paths. Buds appeared on trees. Students began drifting outside again as if the sunlight itself pulled them like a spell. One warm afternoon, one of those rare stretches of time where homework was briefly caught up and no one was chasing them with a prophecy, Harry, Ron, and Hermione found themselves alone in the common room. The windows were cracked open. A breeze moved through, carrying the smell of grass and lake water and early flowers. The fire was small, just enough to keep the room balanced between cool and warm. Ron sprawled on the carpet, half-heartedly stacking a house of exploding snap cards. Hermione sat with the book open but wasn't really reading, her gaze drifting toward the open window. Harry sat in his chair, letting the calm soak into him. "I'm bored," Ron announced, and let his card house collapse with a puff of smoke. Hermione didn't even scold him properly. You could start that essay for Professor Binns. Ron looked appalled. I'd rather be bored. Harry smiled, and his eyes caught something, a loose feather on a table, lifted by the breeze and twirling gently through the air, like it was dancing for no one. On impulse, he raised his wand. Wingardium Leviosa, he said softly. The feather steadied, hovered, then rose, floating beautifully as if it had been waiting. Ron sat up, interested immediately. Oh, remember first year? Hermione's mouth curved despite herself. It's Leviosa, Ron. Ron groaned. I will never escape that. Harry guided the feather in a slow loop, watching the way it moved like a tiny boat on invisible water. We should make a game of it, he said. Hermione blinked. A game? Ron's grin spread. Yes, a game, finally. Harry nodded toward the feather. Who can keep it up the longest and make it do the most interesting pattern? Hermione's eyes brightened in spite of her. Multiple feathers would be harder. Ron looked delighted. Multiple feathers it is. Woo! They gathered a few, plucked from an old quill, collected from a cushion. Even one faintly iridescent feather Hermione insisted on using because it was interesting. Hermione went first. Her control was precise, clean, elegant. 3 feathers rose and began to weave around each other like a careful dance, crossing paths without touching, moving like a model of planets orbiting. Harry watched, hypnotized. Ron muttered, "Show off," but his admiration was obvious. Then the feathers began to glow, softly at first. A pearly shimmer along their edges. Hermione frowned, startled. I'm not doing that. Harry leaned forward. It's reacting. The glow grew stronger, and the feathers left faint trails of light behind them, like brushstrokes painted in air. Ron's mouth fell open. That is actually brilliant. Hermione lowered the feathers carefully and ended her spell, and even then they held a faint shimmer, as if they remembered being luminous. Ron went next, determined to match her. His style was less elegant and more chaotic. Feathers zooming like Quidditch players, swooping and diving, nearly crashing into the fireplace, until Hermione hissed at him to be careful. But when his feathers began to glow, the light was warmer, pulsing slightly, lively as a heartbeat. He made them form a square, then burst outward and back, creating starburst patterns that hung in the air for seconds before fading. A humming sound began, soft, resonant, like a tuning fork struck gently somewhere far away. Hermione's eyes widened. Do you hear that? Harry nodded. The common room felt different. Like the castle was listening. Like something in the stone was answering their harmless little magic. Then it was Harry's turn. He chose 5 feathers, feeling Ron's competitive stare on him. He raised his wand, breathed, and let the spell flow. The feathers lifted together into a neat shape, and when he began to move them, the motion felt strangely natural, like guiding thoughts rather than objects. His feathers glowed too, but their light was cool and silver, reminding him of his Patronus. Protective, steady, clear, the humming became almost musical, soft harmonies sliding beneath it. The feathers moved like a flock of birds, responding to each other in fluid patterns, expanding and drawing together as if breathing. Harry felt his mind quiet completely. No fear, no pressure, just movement. Light, breath. When he lowered them, the feathers hovered for a moment longer, reluctant to come down, then settled gently to the table, pulsing faintly like embers. Hermione stared at them. That wasn't just levitation. Ron nodded slowly, as if something had clicked. It felt like something else joined in. Hermione's gaze sharpened with sudden curiosity. What if we cast together? Ron brightened instantly. Yes. Harry hesitated only long enough to sense that it was safe. Then he nodded. They each chose one feather and placed them in the center of the table. They raised their wands. 1, 2, 3, Harry whispered. Wingardium Leviosa, they said together. The feathers rose and then spiraled upward fast, drawing close until their glowing light merged. Pearl, gold, silver, all blending into one soft radiance. And from that radiance, something formed, not solid, but real enough to make Harry's breath catch. Images, ghostly, overlapping impressions of Hogwarts. The great hall glowing with candlelight, the library stretching into quiet distance, the astronomy tower under stars, the lake shimmering under moon. Not just visuals, feelings, warmth of meals with friends, quiet focus of study, exhilaration of flight, the hush of snow on grounds, the comfort of the common room fire. It's Hogwarts, Hermione whispered. Ron's voice was full of wonder. It's showing our Hogwarts. Harry felt it too. Not the castle as stone and staircases. The castle as home. The way they'd experienced it together, danger and laughter, fear and triumph, quiet afternoons and impossible nights. The radiance swelled gently, then began to fade, pulling back into the feathers like a tide returning. The humming softened. The images dissolved. And when the common room returned to normal, it didn't feel like a loss. It felt like a lullaby ending. Harry lowered his wand and looked at his friends. Hermione's eyes were wet. Ron looked shaken in the best way. Harry felt something in his chest settle into calm certainty. Magic responds, Hermione said quietly, trying to explain even as her voice trembled. To intention, to connection. To us, Ron finished, surprising himself again. Harry nodded. To what we are here. Together. They kept the feathers afterward, each tucking one away like a small treasure. Not because they meant to start a collection, because the feathers felt like proof. Proof that wonder still existed in simple things. Proof that Hogwarts was not only a place of battles and fear. Proof that, even in the middle of a war creeping closer, there was still room for gentle magic. And now, our journey through Hogwarts for tonight draws to a close. You've wandered quiet corridors and hidden rooms. You've stood beneath stars that sang. You've listened to whispering books and the soft echo of old kindness held in porcelain. You've watched simple magic, levitation, light, warmth, become something deeper when shared between friends. Now, there's nothing you need to solve, nothing you need to chase, only rest. Imagine the Gryffindor common room late at night, the fire low and steady, crackling softly, not roaring, just breathing warmth into the room. The last voices, long faded, only the gentle pop of embers, the quiet shift of logs, the calm hush of a castle that has finally gone to sleep. Let your shoulders drop. Let your breathing slow, in and out. And as the fire crackles on, uninterrupted, you can let your thoughts drift like feathers in warm air, light, unhurried, safe. Good night, dear witch or wizard. May your dreams be soft. May your sleep be deep. And may Hogwarts, in all its ancient, quiet magic, feel like home.